Hey, shut up. You'd be addicted too if you were actively playing the game, Neb. It's like honestly, dude, I feel like you guys would really like get into this game, and we'd have something that we could play together on the regular that doesn't have. Because the thing is like a lot of the games that we play together always is a game where it's like once we reach a certain point, we're kind of just done. Whereas with this game, this is a game that we can always like play the crap out of and then just come back later. And there'll be a whole bunch of new content to play that won't be gone in like that won't be done in like 2 or 3 sessions. But I also understand not wanting to like pay the monthly subscription, and also that there are other games that like grab your guys' attention, which is why I'm glad at least you guys still have access to the free trial, especially now that it's been expanded. All right, give me one moment. Game is fantastic. It's fucking awesome. But yeah, that's my biggest problem with it. It's just monthly subscription. I know you can cancel it at any time. But I'd feel guilty playing any other game for that month, or at least feel bad for not playing 5 times. Other than that, the game is fantastic. Yeah, but I also want you to remember, you you are still free trial, which means that you still have the rest of A Realm Reborn, which you guys barely even touched. And then you still have all of Heavensward and Stormblood. So, like, you don't have to pay for like more than half the game. That's currently where you're sitting at now. And I completely understand if it just stops you and you were to just wait till the free trial updates again or something. But yeah. Like, there's still plenty of fun to be had with the free trial. It would just be that I'd have to be like the party leader for a lot of stuff. And since we already hang out in voice chat, socializing isn't really an issue. We don't really need the social tabs. Do you plan to play this game for another 15 hours? Uh, I don't plan. I mean, I never planned to yesterday either. Just what happens when you're having fun, man. You know, if that's how it be, that's how it be. But I don't know. Probably not. Because of when I started streaming, I could probably see myself at least doing 12 hours. But I doubt I'll do 15 again unless I plan to be up for like 20. Yeah, I remember her telling us that she was gonna make that like a running thing, which is a very genius idea because it's a good way to like keep yourself consistent and everything. And I mean, hey, doing the Call of Duty and Rainbow Six Siege stuff is going well for her. So that's awesome. I'd honestly be willing to join her if I just had a better computer. Even if I suck. What about you, Neb? What are you gonna do? Today just gonna be a chill day, or? Nice! You're getting there, bud. Yeah, you're gonna go to your friend's grad party to celebrate, but you're there for free tacos. They got a taco man. That would be nice. Oh, you can eat free tacos as like my... Because I could literally eat tacos all day. All right, sounds good, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. See you later. Okay. Yes. That's fucked. Oh, damn. My god, that is very Monster Hunter-like. It's pretending! Duke it out, bring it. Vengeance of the Viper. Okay. Right to the Adder's Nest. There's he wishes to resign from the Twin Adders. The letter also includes a message for all our discussion in Southern Thanalan. My aspirations were beyond me. I pray that you remember, Glide. You want to prevent those with bright futures from dying before their time. Why you joined the... Wait, had that talk in the Shroud. Not Thanalan. He mentions our aspirations is to protect people from rampaging beasts. Telling us that he's going to appear in Southern Thanalan. A hidden message, albeit not a particularly well-hidden one. If Miss Stork read this, she would have surely divined his intent. You can only surmise that she knew and allowed the letter to be sent regardless. What better way to lure you into a confrontation by taking advantage of Goliath's help? Trap or not, a confrontation suits me fine. If it's a show she wants, we're happy to oblige. Hell yeah. As for the wearer, she doubtless wishes to avoid attracting the attention of the immortal flames in the Amalja, the Goli Desert, like as not. We'll send word to Ul'dah, but in the meantime I wish you every success. Left now is to walk straight into the trap. No viper worth their salt ever shied away from it. Right? Alright, let's do this. Oh, this is a new track. Or canvas. This creature literally looks like a subspecies or like twin or like cousin of Teostra. Deserves to die. Flattering comparison, though, you seem to be forgetting the literal monster. We've been trying to hunt it down. Wait, thing can speak? I haven't forgotten about you, a coward through and through. I knew, but one I thought had some pride. It's time. Have at thee. Is this all you're capable of? Oh, the creature's not even willing to put up a fight. You're not satisfied with the prey I have provided? You'll have all that you want and more, but only if you obey. Kill them. Kill them now. I demand it. This ain't the Ixox Smodgen I know. I reckon innocent stork is the reason why. I can smell the wild grass on her. A less potent mixture than the one we doled out before. Just enough to keep him at arm's length. But even that's too much for the Vidral senses. That's why it's addled and can't think straight. Even so, she's made a fool's bet. The only tolerated innocent stork in her shenanigans to sate its own bloodlust. Two apex predators can't make nice forever. I'm not done with you yet. Goliath, you stubborn worm. What? Such is the fate of the rich who use their power for evil. Death. Maybe now it can concentrate on the fight. Alright, B-Dog, give it everything you've got. Ooh, this track. This track gives me Final Fantasy X vibes. that packed a punch. Jesus. This dude is like, this is a literal, like, Elder Dragon. God damn it, this ain't over. Not by a long shot. You gonna reawaken? No. Oh. Go for the wings, keep it pinned down. This is so cool to me. There we go. That was a fun fight. It was cool getting to use Reawaken. What's going on with its body, though? Oh, restless beast, find peace in death. Serpent sheds its skin, relinquish this husk. May rise again. Dawn. Innocent Stork genuinely believed that she could bend such a will. That arrogance cost her life. She never understood what she was dealing with or afforded it proper respect. She took her superiority for granted. But the power she wielded to flaunt the laws of man was powerless against natural order. Elias, Doug, thank you for everything. It was a damn sight harder than I'd reckoned it'd be. But I finally avenged my brother in arms and fulfilled my duty. I can once again hold my head high. Big sucks, Majin might be dead, but we've still got a loose end or two to tie up. You haven't told us yet why you led us on a merry chase for innocent Stork. May as well come clean now. Well, when I was a young child, my merchant parents were slain by a wild creature on their travels. I meant what I said at Fallgord when I told you I swore to save others from a similar fate. That's why I joined the Twin Adders. A commendable motivation. And then I met Innocent Stork, who explained with great enthusiasm that she shared my desire to protect others by bringing these beasts to heal. Thought I had found a kindred spirit. But I later realized she'd fed me nothing but lies, used me to obtain information collected by the Twin Adders, all for the sake of identifying potential additions to the menagerie. I'd disclosed all manner of sensitive intelligence to her, believing it was in furtherance of her efforts to save lives. By the time I learned of her true intentions, late. I confronted her, told her that I was going to inform my superiors. She smiled and laughed and said that she would unleash her fiends upon Gridania if I spoke a word, some of her finest reserved specifically for my family. I'm guessing it was Innocent Stork's idea to have you join the investigation. It was. There's no excuse for what I did. Allowing myself to become her pawn has led to so much needless. Nothing I can say or do will ever be enough to earn your forgiveness. Whatever punishment awaits me, I shall accept it gladly. Hey, Bloody! Doc, what do you think? I think you should. If he'd only done me wrong, I'd be willing to look the other way, but his deceptions caused all kinds of trouble for the Twin Adders. They're the ones who need to stand in judgment. Quite right. I will request that my superior meets us at Quarry Mill, where I shall give a full account. It's settled then. Just there when you're ready. Okay. How you doing today, Bloody? Sleepy? That's fair. I learned last minute that there was going to be no hangout with my usual IRL group of friends, so I was just like, oh, okay. Stream 14 then, like I said I would. Finally doing Dawntrail content, woohoo! Including my class quest. As a soldier of the Twin Adders, your actions are inexcusable. As I have made my report, expulsion will be the least of your likely be a trial. Where I come from, we don't take kindly to liars, neither. Our word is our bond, and the violation of that trust demands punishment. But I will say this, the lies he told were to protect the people of Danya. Not only that, the actions he took contributed directly to the defeat and death. I won't say the end justifies the means, but it's not nothing. He noted. Though I trust you understand that this consideration may not change the outcome. Yes, sir. Ain't my place to tell you folks how to handle your business. I'm just a simple man who crossed the salt to kill a Vidral. But if Goliath isn't stuck in a cell for the foreseeable future, I got something he can help me with. See, now that my business here's concluded, it's high time I made my way home. Trouble is, passage back is more than I can presently afford. I'm gonna need to put in some work, and I reckon Goliath can help me find clients in need of a Viper's skills. For a simple man who knows better than to tell us how to handle our business, you've struck up an intriguing solution. Well, I have spent a fair bit of time in the company of a silver-tongued someone. Elias, your conduct cannot easily be forgiven. Even so, it must be acknowledged that you played a vital role in the slaying of the monster. Swear to never again stray from the path of righteousness, and no charges will be brought against you. Moreover, I will accept your voluntary resignation as you did previously request. With this arrangement, you may yet pursue your dream of defending the innocent from nature's most deadly threats. Your capacity as Keshqua's assistant. What say you? I shall do as you ask. You have my word. Though I will bear the shame of my misdeeds as long as I live, I shall endeavor to redeem myself through service to the people. You can start by finding me some beasties to slay. Well, seems like I'll be sticking around Eorzea for a while longer. In the meantime, you're sure to find clients of your own. I reckon this continent's more than big enough for the both of us. Wherever there are folks in need of a Viper, that's where we'll be. Hell yeah! Vipers are so cool. Good end. Oh, damn. That's like 1,000,000 experience. Wonder if I leveled up from... No, but I'm like right on the precipice. Alright. It is finally time. Story! It is time to go to the new world. And see the new sights. Oh, I'm so excited. Yesterday, that entire stream was just preparing to go to the content that was just sitting there waiting for me to pick it up. Yee! Do 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 do. Motherfuckers at the park nearby decided let's make loud booms with these fireworks at 2 in the goddamn morning. Jesus. Yeah. That's the nice thing about where I live is like I'm close enough around like everything else that I'm not near the places where people would do that. And just when my sleep schedule was improving. Oh, I'm sorry, bloody. I hope you can get it back on track soon. Only one yet to arrive is Aaronville himself. Huh, you're all here. Took some persuasion, but the Gleaner's Guildship has granted us places aboard a vessel bound for Tyrrell. There'll be other passengers, researchers, and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. That's fine, Aaronville. I doubt anyone expected we'd have a ship all to ourselves. They're not casting off just yet. If you have any lingering concerns, now is the time to voice them. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Tyrrell, yes? You've not forgotten. The nation of Tuliolal is the midst of deciding its next route. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession and support your bid to become Dawntrail. In addition to that, Alphino and I have another objective. As part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Tyrrell, we hope to learn more about how its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sort of insights that might help our friends in Ilzabar. And those fireworks are illegal here too. Yeah, they're illegal over here as well. But usually, like, people just do it in their backyards or something. They don't really, like, go to public areas for that. Unless there's, like, an official, legal, licensed public fireworks show. That's the only time where you won't find it, like, on someone else's property. Meaning they have the gall to take several hours of their time traveling just to smuggle some sky dynamite from another state. Yeah. All I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. Wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Kryle? Yes. As far as we could determine from the old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn Servant. Yet, oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives. Nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of the mystery. I'm sure there will be a chance to speak with Papa. Get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I am part of this expedition only because the Third Promise has commanded that I serve as guide. Still playing the part of the stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind. Hoist sail and let the wind take us as she pleases. Well said. We won't get far wallowing in the shallows. Right then. If all are still committed to the journey, then I say we make ready to depart. Ooh, can I get new clothes from Tataru? I kind of miss when Tataru would, like, make me an outfit for a journey. Haven't had that happen since we made our way towards Shadowbringers. Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We're not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well. Okay. Oh, no, sorry, that's technically not true. Totaro did make us clothes, or made us gear at the end of Endwalker, but it wasn't like traveler gear. It was just like it was just class specific gear, like we got at the end of Shadowbring.
Savoring the moment, I can feel your excitement, eagerness to explore the unknown.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Though Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map, the vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bluefishwin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough, disappointingly so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
It's time. I trust you have everything you need?
You like Wooklamot? So far, Suki's liking Wooklamot. Raylan's liking her. I think she's awesome so far. We haven't even delved that deep into her character yet, but already she's like, even in the patch quest before Dawntrail dropped, like already I had liked her. It was so much fun in those patch quests.
So does our ship cast off from the docks.
Oh, Graha's waving by!
Sail west, as Kattenram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent.
Oh, and Elfino's mom and dad saw them off too. That's awesome.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Woklamat.
Hell yeah. This music is so good.
Smooth sailing so far?
Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
That voice doesn't fit this face at all, to me.
I'll take my rest while I can then.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know. Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession. Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own.
Sure.
Did you look out across these same waters, Grandfather?
This looks like it's going to be a very fun development arc for Kryl, and I'm going to be happy about that. Oh, this will be my first visit to Tural. I don't even know how to pronounce that name. Fongintain, the name? I was working at Eshtame's Aesthetics in Ul'dah, you see, but my employment with them came to an end. That's why I visited Charlian in the hopes of starting over. While I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. Told the Dawn servant welcomes all regardless of origin, and so Tuliolal seemed like the perfect place to begin anew. Hopefully things will be better this time. I see you in Eorzea before, you great and famous hero. I've had enough of playing the simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but more of you Eorzeans coming to Tural become impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband have fallen, so we head home to lick our wound. My story? Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Kettenram. You know, the first Eorzean to set foot on Tural, almost 80 years ago. Mamuljah's leader is said to have welcomed Kettenram with open arms and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as a token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back, popotos, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. The tale says Kettenram returned to Tural several times after that, but his ship vanished during his last recorded voyage, and he was never heard from again. And even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end as testimony to the ocean's peril. Sounds like we may be encountering something on our way. Hey, Alize, it's been a while. I can feel my edge start to dull on these long sea voyages. How about some light sparring later? Sure. Introduce you to my new fighting style. Adventure, I presume? I'm a merchant myself, based in Ul'dah. Specialty imports and exports, Eorzean and Turali both. If this is your first crossing the Salt, as they say, do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those yonder. Consider this, it is not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead by the names of certain clans. For the Mikote, the Hetsuro, the Rothgar, the Sabral. Not because every member of a given clan is of the same race, mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offense. Oh, interesting. You want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who'll be sat next in the Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants in the right of succession, your young Wuklamot being one of them, of course. But from what a Mamuljah bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to rest their coin on the third promise. Did you learn anything of interest? Oh, I hadn't heard that about the clan names. We should have Wuklamot and Erenville teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin. Of course, we get hit with a storm.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick. I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Erenville, you were born in Tural, yes? Do many Vieira live there?
The Shatona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
Oh dear.
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
Jeez, that escalated quickly.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since. The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself. Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning. What an extraordinary life he must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease. Woklama, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress.
Poor Wook Lamont.
By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural. In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground. Ugh. Can't be much farther now, can it?
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts. Come.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway. If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Oh. Easy, stomach. Easy.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
There, look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
Ooh. This music is jazzy. Wow, look how vibrant this place is. It looks so cool. This place is incredible. Ooh, I just can't help it. I love this music.
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tulihyolal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out or...
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next Dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tulihyolal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Well,
That
well.
Rothgar had really
You really
armor.
are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tulihyolal.
Ooh. Oh, good. This is just the place's music. I love this. I'm level 91. Woohoo! Right then, first things first. Oh, feel a bit queasy. No more boats for a while. I realize we've just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the rite of succession begins. No arguments here. I should very much like to explore. Then I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? Oh, you're wondering who these strange folk were, so the Third Promise has found herself some new followers then. Where's... Oklamat? Are you unwell? No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The Third Promise does not get seasick. No, sir. As for my hand-picked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the right of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. That sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the Third Promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to, command a respectful distance, but you're just so easy to approach. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please don't ever worry that you're a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, Third Promise. They did have a point. Uklamat is technically royalty here. Like it or not, a person of her station surrounded by this many outsiders is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean technically? I suggest we move in 2 groups so as to attract less attention. Just technically ignoring me then. B-Dog, you and Crow can come with me. I'll take the twins then. We'll get in touch once we've had a good look around. That voyage was hard on all of us, so take it slow and recuperate. We have time enough for that. For your wanderings. Perhaps we should wait a bit, at least until Wuklamat's nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. Oh, Wuklamat. So snazzy. I'm fine now, really. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself, what with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbor. Aaronville already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay. Mostly small fishing boats or barges, ferrying cargo up and down the rivers from inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from Dawntrail, the southern landmass. Clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to the merchant stalls in the neighboring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. It's so pretty. Dude. This is Bayside Bevy, Tuliola's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbor, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. Alright, I should mention that here in Tuliola, we buy things with Pel, a currency that the Pelu Pelu create. But don't worry, more and more trade is coming in from Eorzea, so most shops are happy to accept your gift. There's also, I don't know how to... Wachumeki? Meki? I don't know. Another market to the east of here, but that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next, we'll head back a bit, then northwards up the stairs to a certain plaza. I can't wait to see the look on your faces. Naruto Pikachu? What kind of character is that? Me a tune here for teleporting purposes. Beautiful. Wait, did I? No, okay. What do you think of that, eh? Goodness me, you have aetherites in Tuliolol? I think I told you before about my brother, Kwana, spent 3 years studying in Charlian. He fell in love with the nation and its ways, brought back to us the knowledge of aetherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once. Had one built immediately. You do the attuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again and then up the slope to the side. Right at the top is the gate which leads to Soktara. Let's make a stop at Bright Plume Post on the way, though. That's the headquarters for the link. Bum 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 bum. Elder Kai. It's really cool to have Kryl here. I'm glad she's getting more of a role. You have a lot of narrow winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain, as you can see, though the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. Yeah? Pushing up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where Wuklamot gets her endless endurance. Oh, then you get like a nice chill. This literally is the type of area that I think I can absolutely see like Prince and Bear loving being in. Here we are, Bright Bloom Post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Tuliolol and preserving the peace. The Landsguard are led by our nation's strongest warrior, and so naturally Papa has commanded them since the beginning, at least until 3 years ago. When Zoralja took over as commander, the title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn Servant in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to. Well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Alphino and Alize should be around to hear it too. Come on, it's time I showed you the Sky Gate. It's right at the northern end of Talon March. This landscape is insane, because, like, they've showed us screenshots and gave us an idea of the port. But, like, the architecture here is, like, absolutely does it way more justice than what they had originally shown. This place is insane. This is going to be, like, my new favorite place to hang out. Massive, isn't it? And on the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants. The Yakwai? Strictly speaking, Tural is actually two separate continents. Yok Tural, the southern lands of the mother, and Sak Tural, the northern lands of the father, lie beyond the bridge. Legends say it used to be one great landmass, but long, long ago, the two gods fought a titanic battle, and when one threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. A familiar-sounding tale. I am put in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiark. Getting back to Sak Tural, these lands are also part of the Tuliolal nation, correct? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents into a single nation. The many clans of Tural had been at war for generations. It was only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to their myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. That's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. But I see you're more interested in what's behind the gate than hearing about my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Sak Tural requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the rite of succession is over. I promise to get you one when I'm Dawn Servant, but until then, you'll just have to wait. I'll hold you to that. I've never broken my word. Once the throne is mine, that travel permit is yours. So that'll probably be our patch quest stuff. Because I'm assuming the succession to the throne will be the very end. We must have covered half the city by now. Tuliolal is unlike any other place I've visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. Me too! We'll head west next, towards the Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible land is on. You have dirigibles too? Tuliolal certainly doesn't want for methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. Yeah, I grabbed that. The Arch of the Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you see something that interests you as we walk. Bro, I can, like, feel the tenseness in my body right now of how excited I am over this. Like, already I'm loving this environment. And the music's great. And I'll see why Suki was, like, losing her mind over it last night. It genuinely feels like I'm hanging out at a jazz club. Able to execute command while mounting. I'm still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. This was originally the site of a Yakuai temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Saktaral, to appease the god who slumbers in the Great Ocean Trench. After the Yakuai withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries, so when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically in the center of Tyrol. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tuliolal. We climb these sets of stairs here, all the way up. You got it. Oh, look at the little outfits on the Mamulja. I want those outfits. I want a poncho. Papa's palace is called Volok Shunsa, which roughly translates to Invincible Resilient. We'll probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. The sheer scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what that carving at the top represents. So this is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? Oh, we have residents from the Yok Tyrol clans, Mamulja, Sabral, Pelu Pelu, Moblin, Hanu Hanu. We also have Tonawauta, Etsuro, and Shatona, who moved south from their ancestral lands in South Tyrol. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Tyrol. True representation of Tuliolal's diverse character. The adornments on each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's also beautiful. I'm glad you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. Huge drum? Oh, over there. That big drum there is called the Dawn Herald. They play it for formal occasions like when honoring the Lance Guards return from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Earned me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think that was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. Oh, Jesus! Never seen such an enormous drum. What would even one use to beat such a big stick? That's my guess, because I have the mind of an adventurer. I assume the most basic uses. Alpaca keep. No way are alpacas a main form of transportation here. I love it too, because like everybody uses mounts, so no one bothers with porters half the time. But it's only worth it if you're looking to like just have auto progression. And here are dirigibles. Not bad, eh? I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you only find balloons in Tuliolal. We have them for the exact same reason as the Aetherites. Goanna brought back the plans from Charlian, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. That's enough about dirigibles. The Arch of the Dawn awaits. Let me grab this. I love my little entourage. Wooklamot, Kryl, and Torgal as a puppy. Seeing the sights with my buddy. The Arch of the Dawn. When the Giants were still here, it was known as the Yogg-Toroth Landgate, but when Papa found Tuliolal, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement. Through this gate is Kozamauka, the wetlands south of the city. Depending on what the Rite of Succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozamauka. Name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier? The alpacas. Ah, those are alpacas. Fearsome four-legged fiends. Fearsome? They seem quite placid to me. You'll learn soon enough, Kryl. You'll learn soon enough. But forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. is special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they might look like ordinary stone decorations, but if you take a really good look, you'll see there's something much more interesting. Following event cannot be skipped. Okay. Oh, these pillars tell a story. I can tell because of the images. Pictures? Wait, no, these are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories, many of them featuring a two-headed Mamulja. Oh, then this must be... That's right, it follows the exploits of my father, Galul Jaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it Tuliolal Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tuliolal came to be. Study them as long as you like. This pillar tells the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts the scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign explorer Ket. Something. I can never remember the name. In Ketenram? Oh, that's the one. Ketenram's arrival in Tural is what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It's said the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit, if not in blood, but no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Ketenram's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say he traveled between our lands and yours for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. I wonder if maybe Ketenram is going to be discovered at the City of Gold. Golden City. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is the story of when Papa visited the Hanu Hanu in their village in Kozamazuka. Ah, the people Alphino almost mistook for Vanu Vanu, if not for the colorful plumage. He spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are a bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year, very famous and a lot of fun. This is cool. Let's see, this one is the Lay of Pots, which depicts the moblins of Kozama Uka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Turali counterparts. This one recounts the Lay of Repast. As you can probably tell, the figure depicted here is of the Ixbral, like me. For decades, the Sprawl and the Mamulja were at war for control of the forest of Yaktel. The actions Papa took to end that conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tuliolal. There is a clan of Rothgar and Bazia known as Hellions. In their society, the women rule as queens. The men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Tural, Sabral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with location. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. Sure. Lay of Gold. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelu Pelu, whose homeland is in Urkopacha. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the merchant class. Oversee Tuliolal's markets. Their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tural. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks, they are clever and calculating traders. Oh, this one is my favorite. The Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle with the legendary Tural Vidral, Valley Garmanda. I should explain. A Tural Vidral is a character that is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan, awakened to preternatural power. Tataru described the Far Eastern auspices in a similar fashion. Could this be the same phenomenon? Valagarmanda itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction and terror it visited upon Tural every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years or so ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vidral, sealed it away in the Urkopacha Mountains. Despite its reputation, however, Valley Garmanda is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness on Tuliyolal's national emblem and adorning the banners at the palace. And, okay, so now I know the context behind the creature I fought in my Viper class quest. It was a creature long past its life expectancy. That's why it goes against the laws of nature. It's a creature that's supposed to be dead. But because it's lived past because it's lived past the lifespan it's supposed to have, it obtained special powers, making it basically a very dangerous creature. It's like their own depiction of like an elder dragon. It's kind of cool. Lay of Proof. Ah, the Lay of Proof. That big fellow is of the Yakwai, the largest of Tural's peoples. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yak Tural. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, they then turned northward, setting their sights on Saktur. You'll recall that massive bridge they built beyond the Sky Gate. Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they'd conquered and withdrew into the mountains of Urkopacha. I've never seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. This was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Turali history? Ooh. We're gonna be doing something about that, either in this expansion or in the patch quests. Oh, this one is unmarked. Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter of Tuliyolal's history, whatever that might be. Had your fill of history then? Yes, thank you. That was actually really cool to learn all that. Fuck me if I'd be able to like say it all, repeat it all from memory, but there are definitely points and details that I'm looking forward to learning more about. Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while. But now I think I'm ready to eat again. Let's go and have ourselves a bite of local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. Do, do, do. Have you ever had tacos? They're a Tuliyollal classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at Zabalia. These best. I need one right in front of me right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with Old Brook Ivu. I really hope this is the motivation for Grahatia, is the cuisine.
Brokevo! My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the Silver Scares are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Aye, and now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils. Oh! Oh!
If it isn't the third promise.
Oh! No.
I don't know these ones. New salt.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Wuklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor.
Glory on your name, brother.
And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling housecut, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tulihiola. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense.
Pathetic.
Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
A two-headed
Looking
mammoth.
forward to kicking the
I
shit
knew
out
of
of that
them,
dude.
But that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro.
So he would be
Every
the
once
first
in
two.
a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wuklamart know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
So it goes.
I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tuliyola cuisine, but we should hurry and join Alphino and the others at the palace. Alright, it's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Resplendent Quarter, or even the eastern side of Talonmarch if you prefer. Now that you have an idea of how the city's laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Valuk soon. Ah, my poor empty belly. Do. Go. These are the ones I haven't gotten yet. Okay. Then I'm gonna use this as a chance to grab all the Aetherites. Start at the Resplendent Quarter. Whee! Oh, okay. It's only these two that I'm missing. Okay, I think that's all the fast travel. Yep, there it is. Bum ba da bum bum ba bum ba 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 da ba ba ba. We made it. Good. Then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted colibri, but the contest won't wait for us forever. While speaking to Aaronville, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Alright. Let's dive in. I've acquainted the twins with the city as best as I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably, something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down an alley to investigate. It was like herding a pair of unruly curls. I understand all too well. Charlene had the same effect on me. Right then, now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home and to meet the allies of China. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for. Oh, Estinian.
Estinian? When did he get here?
What's the point? Why is he here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
That's really cool.
That would do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter. Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that man there.
I see you, warrior.
We had no idea you meant to visit Taral.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
Oh. When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonesh.
It's Erenville now, Dawntrail.
Aaronville is very clearly trying to hide his...
And have since grown accustomed to it.
Trying to move on from his past, I guess.
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies. Ha! Old-tempered steel. Yet as much as I enjoy testing their metal, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends.
Later, Estinian.
The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Ona. The
third promise. Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakun Jaja. You four will compete in the right of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away, and it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyola is young, and so I look to thee always for inspiration. The right of succession, the means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest, but the Tuliyola I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamulcha at all. So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Okay. To which they won.
Now you have us to compete against. Though it seems the one head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Our brother was in Shock Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Yogg-Tural and find the City of Gold.
Ooh, okay. So that's what the goal is.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Kona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
Are you for us proof, my unbroken word? For I have seen it with my own four eyes.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyola. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions, and we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same, but in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place. Bring them.
I will admit, I think the one nice thing about the Dawn Servant here is that, like, for a character of his design, usually you'd see those guys be like the rough and tough, like kind of cold-hearted and stuff like that. But I like that he's like a very caring and like cool guy. What are these? Oh, these are all the layouts.
The Tuliyola saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth.
Hey, Justin. The original God cards.
By performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, but I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
I think that's fair.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja just successor and be done with it.
The rite of cessation begins now. I'll be watching your progress with great interest. And Clemens, remember to collect your tablets before you leave.
Wonder how this is gonna go. You can definitely tell that Galul Jaja gets a bad feeling about the other two-headed guy. Very clear he's misguided.
Allies. Speak freely.
I am Cryle Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession.
Oh, sorry, Kryle.
But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your golden city. Thank you for hearing my petition.
I like the Dawn Servant. He's nice.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galov.
I love these vibrant outfits.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this? Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm.
Like, bro, I'm an adventurer at heart.
Been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil. If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
I want to see where this journey leads.
So you are committed to your path? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Here they come! It's Saralja!
Such a fearsome name. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Serelja. Take heart, tiller of the soil.
The resilient son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Interesting. It's kind of hard for me to get a read on that guy.
The first promise and commander of the landscape. Saralja, the Palacia. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Saralja is indeed the natural child of Gurul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion. Common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Soralja was born all the same, with the head of resolve's features and the head of reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
I see.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists. This puts him in direct opposition to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Soralja, the warmonger.
Cryo, are you alright?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zoralja's ambitions. Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
But what is this guy's ambitions?
Second promise, you must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier. The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new. You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the right of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawnservant. If you will excuse me.
Plain spoken, as always. That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studium.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Charlian. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser Clavans.
Uh-oh.
Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant. That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliola. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders. And then you'll see who deserves your fealty.
Well said, brother.
The Mamulja have finally found peace in Tuliolal. Ah, pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
The chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself. But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turoli way.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliolal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious Third Promise into your care.
Hey, Mike, you just did the first trial?
Did you know
Nice.
Klamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's promise. I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
Wait, don't you go dissing Wuklamat?
More than anyone, I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Wuklamat. I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
If you don't mind me asking, what level is the first trial?
Well, we ought to be on our way.
Oh, okay, so it's still 83.
Hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
Oh, 93. Right, so it's still a value with 3. Yeah. Okay. Someone just broke their legs. It's like I'm about to do. And Geronimo! That makes everyone. Hook Lamont, the tablets if you would. Of course. I keep seeing Vipers with those mini Minato swords. Yeah, because it's the Endwalker Tombstone weapons. The highest item level ones. So until the game gives us better weapons, that's going to be the default. They also just look really good, so I wouldn't be surprised if people have also glamored them. Do they have the 2 dye channels because there's potential in that pattern? Maybe. I can take a look. Would there be like a specific icon? I guess it would just let me know if it's dyeable, huh? Okay. Information we need. To me, bring the information to us. By the way, Mike, am I the only one who really wants like the outfits of the Tuliyola people? Because they're so colorful and pretty. Doesn't look like this is dyeable. It's got 1 dot, so yes, you can dye it. Oh, okay. Wait, I can dye my relics? That's cool. Yeah, there is a dot, so you can change the color of these swords. Just not to the level of detail as, like, armor, where you get, like, two. If we don't get these outfits, I don't know what the point was of making them so cool. I know, right? I was like, man, I want a poncho. Those ponchos look awesome. Okay, well, now I have to stop in at the inn. Gotta hear what the music's like. Also, just to see the inside. Oh! Oh, that's nice! That's actually very incredible. This is the best inn by far. Wow. Hey, those Viper Blades are cool too. Okay. Definitely liking the locale of the inns. Oh good, you're all here. Who might your companions be? Seeing as we needed information, I thought who better to get it from than the locals. These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit. Give you credit for taking initiative at least. What do you mean at least? I am honored that the third promise would seek my advice. I too am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Before we begin, there will doubtless be other occasions when we need to act independently, so I brought these for the two of you. Pearls? What's this? It is called a link pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? What a handy thing to have. It would be very useful on our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends here. That took a while to load. Tuliyollal Saga features a number of Tural's clans. 2 of those, the Hanu Hanu and the Pelu Pelu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I brought a representative of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are a cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Okanu, is located in Kozamauka. The other smaller fellow is one of the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from Urkapacha. They appear in the Lay of Gold and craft all kinds of marvelous goods in Watching Pelu, their village. Now, as for deciding which village to visit first, why don't you put that adventurous instinct of yours to work for us, B-Dog? Pick our destination. Oh! Ooh. Oh, wait, no, they did this before in Endwalker. You could choose to go somewhere first before you do something else. But ultimately, you, do everybody. I want to go to the Hanu. You go south through the Arch of the Dawn, then follow the road which runs alongside the Kozamauka River. Is that right? It is. Be warned, however, my brethren tell me the recent storm has rendered the path even muddier than usual. Footing is quite poor in some parts. Far worse was the destruction visited upon our homes, though. Houses were torn apart and several people injured, if not killed. Even our beloved festival is in danger of being called off this year. If you do still plan on going, I must urge you to proceed with caution. We'll be sure to watch our footing. Thank you. Now I'm worried for the Hanu. It sounds like they were hit hard by that storm. Anyway, if we're bound for Kozamauka, we should head over to the Arch. We'll be back to talk to you in good time, Master Merchant. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your fill at Zabalia Tea. It's all been arranged. New dawn, a new hunt. Blue quest. You know what? I'll do blue quest later. For now, I'm mainly just looking to knock out some... Or, you know what? No. I'll pick it up. I might as well, since it's on the way. The adventurer from across the water who has been lending the third promise his strength. Yes. That is me. That is moi. And well met. To tell the truth, I've been meaning to make your acquaintance for some time. I have a proposition for you. You are familiar with the Eorzean hunts, yes? We have something very similar here in Tuliyollal. Having heard much of your philanthropic spirit, not to mention your capacity for violence, we should very much like to recruit you to our cause. If you're interested, speak with my associate, Bull Oga, the Sibral, the master of the hunt, and administers to the bills in the square overlooking the port. Tell him the wing of protection recommend. Oh, this is to gain access to the hunting boards. Cool, cool. Well, might as well hand it in right now, then. That'll actually be super helpful for leveling. Speaking of which, I never did all of my hunts. And now there's the daily reset for some of them. And I never even did all of the hunt boards that I could. Or wait, can you do more than one hunt board? Like, can you go for hunt bills in Endwalker content and then go do hunt bills in Shadowbringer content? You can? Okay, cool. Because that's what I'm probably going to do whenever I want to take a break and, like, level up Pictomancer or something. Or level up another class. I'm not 100% sure yet who I'll level outside of Viper, since Viper is going to be my main story focus. So naturally, Viper's going to get to 100 with ease, but compared to the other classes, I'm not sure what it'll do. I feel like I'll probably level a tank. And it's between Paladin or Dark Knight. I think I said Dark Knight last night, but I'm not sure. It's still kind of 50-50 on what I want to do.
Kosamauka, the land of rainbow terraces. It commands the gaze of all who visit without fail. The many-colored marvel. An endless torrent of water cascades over sheer cliffs to shape the wetlands below. To its relentless flow, all life must yield. Together with Wuklamat, we proceeded along the marshy trail, a road upon which the Dawn Servant and his comrades once traveled.
Look at those falls. Even from this distance, you can feel the weight of that water.
It's really funny them admiring the environment on a rainy, cloudy day.
The Isle of Ham was impressive, but as you can see, Tulihiola does not want for natural wonders.
The ground is swampy, so watch your step. You wouldn't want to fall into a bog.
I won't. I told you I've been here before.
Amazing that one can catch a cold in this world.
Come on.
Indeed.
Okanu isn't much farther.
I guess with all the harsh environments they've journeyed across, they're just used to it. There's no stopping the third promise, is there? A good thing she has Aaronville to keep her from getting lost. For all his grumbling, he's certainly there for her. Everyone should be so lucky to have such a loyal childhood friend. Right, let's get moving. If we continue along this road, we should find ourselves in the village before long. Let's go. Oh man, a map I have yet to explore. Oh, everyone has arrived and none the worse for wear, except for a certain third promise who slipped in the mud despite my explicit warnings. Yeah, I asked you not to say anything. Anyway, this is the Hanu Hanu village I was telling you about, Okanu. Cool. Like our friend said, the people are in no mood for festivities. I can only assume they are still recovering from the damage wrought by the storm. Indeed. Well, let's do what we came to do and find this elector. Oh ho, Kali. Oh ho, what now? It's a Hanu greeting. Surely you heard it the last time you were here. Well, I was busy enjoying the festival. Greetings to the third promise and her entourage. I, Zanuhali, welcome you to Okanu. As elder of my people, I shall also be fulfilling the duties of elector during the rite of succession. So our idea about the electors was correct. You just do as Papa said and retrace his path from the saga. I'm ready. Give me the feat and test my worth. All in good time, all in good time. In fact, I came to let you know that we are not quite ready to begin. For the moment, please enjoy the hospitality of our village. Should we poke around a bit then? We might pick up some clues about the feat. You know, prepare ourselves. That's surprisingly prudent of you. What? You think I'm being too cautious? No, I'm impressed is all. You admire and respect your father, who is prone to decisive action. I expected you to rush in first and ask questions later. Or never. I do look up to Papa, but you should know that he has a pragmatic side too. The head of reason is the thinker, who takes time to consider all the possibilities. With the long naps he takes these days, though, the head of resolve is less restrained by his wisdom. I can't fault you for thinking that's all there is to him, but there's more to the Dawn Servant you've seen thus far. I feel like there's a reason why the head of wisdom is, like, constantly sleeping. It can't just be because of old age. There has to be a reason his head is, like, sleeping so much. I should like to speak with the head of reason one day. Well, I'm sure you'll catch him awake soon enough. To return to the subject at hand, you wish to take a look around Okanu, then? Some groundwork before the feat begins? Something like that. I mean, I could probably pass this test with my eyes closed, but it'll keep us busy while we're waiting. Wuklamat has the right of it, as Elder Zanuhali is a resident of this village. Learning more about it can only improve our chances in the feat. Might I suggest a division of forces? For instance, Aaronvale, Elize, and Kryl could concentrate on the southern half of the settlement. Meanwhile, Wuklamat, Bidog, and myself will handle this northern half. Sure. Sounds good to me. Man, this music hasn't missed yet. I'm loving these area themes. You heard about the storm? I've never seen the likes of it before. With the supplies and help the Dawn Servant sent, we're making progress repairing and rebuilding our homes. But while roofs and walls can be patched, there is so much else that was lost for good. Couldn't we just help with repairs? A lot of houses are still damaged, and the Hanu I've spoken to are not their usual cheery selves. That storm broke more than wood and reeds. Must be something I can do to help them. I'm going to look around a bit more. Oh hey, a gemstone trader. Well, it's definitely materials, but... I forget. Do we know what the allied tribe is going to be for Disciples of War? I forgot if they showed that. Because I'm pretty sure the Pilu Pilu are going to be like the Disciples of Hand and Gathering. That's what I assumed was the case, but I also feel like I'm very much forgetting what the Beast Tribe stuff's going to be. Yeah, I like not knowing as well either. I'm just like thinking because there's so many walks of life just in Tuliyollal alone. So I'm so curious as to who the Disciple of War tribes will be. I mean, it's not like I'm going to get to them anytime soon anyways, but I don't know. I like the theory craft.
No sign of Zorolja or that oversized lout.
How much easier it would be if Soralja were to fail here. But that isn't likely to happen.
Honored guests, I am Zanuhali, Elder of the Hanu. I am also an elector, charged with
I like how she looks. She looks very happy.
worthy of ascending the throne. Without further ado, let us talk of the feat.
Not so fast. Surely you couldn't begin without us.
You made it after all.
This was the race with the smile I was telling Sooks I didn't like. I see. I actually like it because they just look so happy to be here.
No need to fuss. There is no time limit for this challenge. Now, if you would allow me to proceed. It is here, in Okanu, where my people forged a bond with the Dawn Servant during our own chapter of the Tuliyollal saga. In homage to those events, I have prepared for you the Feat of Reeds.
The criticism just came off as a bit scary to me. I mean, they're bird people, so birds often have faces where you just kind of feel like they're staring into your soul no matter what face they make.
We use reeds in every part of our lives, be it as food or weaving material. But look around the nearby paddies, and you will see that this season, our crops are failing. How fortunate, then, that my appointment to Elector coincided with this predicament. For surely, those who aspire to be Dawn Servant would find the matter of an ailing harvest a mere trifle to resolve.
Aye, well, it is indeed the duty of a ruler to address the people's woes.
Exactly. Do well in this, and you will earn my keystone.
Why bother mucking about in the mud when we can take the stone by force?
Oh, mercy me! You are a hot-headed fellow, Bakul Jaja. Some electors may enjoy going toe-to-toe with scrappers like you, but I refuse to entertain your base instincts. Arrangements have been made. Should you attempt to engage a feat giver in combat without their consent, Word of your immediate disqualification will be sent to the palace. If you're still feeling feisty, then by all means, draw your weapon.
Let's go. Steps were made so he couldn't do what he pleased.
This contest is presided over by cowards. There's no sport in fighting you.
Oh, shut up, Bakul.
Then we can return to the business of earning my keystone. The feat of reeds is begun. Claimants, I wish you the best of luck.
I gotta admit, I do like that Mikote's outfit. Cool, it's a good design.
The clever kitty crossed the seas to study foreign novelties. He might know tricks we don't. Tricks we can use.
What of Little Miss Mittens?
You know the answer to that. Compared to the first and second promise, she's a distant third. Not even in the running.
Then we see eye to eye on this, brother. Being Bakul Jaja so long with me has rubbed off on you. These allies of hers, though, they might be a problem.
Like, I just found the spot for a big fate boss. It's just an empty corner with no monsters in it. Jeez.
Damn it! I'm just as qualified to be here as they are. I'll show them.
Easy now. There's no time limit, remember? Let's keep calm and think things through.
Right. You're right. I won't win against that lumbering Vidrol by losing my head.
Come on, Woklamat. You got this. That's the other thing, too, is that technically out of everyone, Woklamat is probably the most qualified to be Dawn Servant because of the fact that she is liked by the people. Like, she actually gives a damn. One is too focused on modernizing Tuliolol. The other one just wants to be Dawn Servant just because he's a two-headed Mamulja. And then the other one literally wants war. Like, he wants to go and just become he wants to decimate and dominate. Like, she's already just getting off of those few little descriptions from Aaronville. We automatically now know that literally none of them are qualified for the prosperity of Tuliolol. But Woklamat is approachable, friendly. She doesn't have to be an amazing fighter. She just has to be a good leader. It does just kind of feel like here's the main character, here's the other guy, and here are the bad guys. Which means there'll be a massive rug pull. Yeah, there'll probably be that, but it also feels to me like the problem isn't so much... I feel like what they're trying to do here with Woklamat is that it's not... They're not trying to hide the obviousness that she is clearly the one best suited for the role of Dawn Servant. It seems like this is going to be more about her proving to everyone else that she can do it, because the problem is that everyone's judging her based on her feats and stuff like that. Typical political stuff. What have they done? What can they do? Besides be nice to talk to, you know? So it seems like that's what this is going to be, is like a development of her overcoming aspects that a lot of people view as a weakness for her. That's just the vibe I get so far off of the narrative, because it's obvious they constantly talk about how she's not good at anything compared to her brothers. But she's also the most approachable out of all of them. So, definitely it sounds to me like what's gonna happen at some point. If I were to put together a bingo card of plot points I think are going to happen, one of them is somebody trying to claim the throne by force. Not by, like, forcing their way through all of the rites or the throne of succession. I mean, will try to take out her father. And then claim, haha, I fell the Dawn Servant, therefore I'm the new real ruler. Or something along those lines. Couldn't help but be reminded of all the listless villagers. They've suffered a terrible tragedy, I know, but there's another reason for their flagging spirits, I believe. Go on. They don't have tacos. The festival. This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewal, so without it, the Hanu are struggling even more to recover. The last time I visited, the village was in the middle of the festivities. You'll never see the Hanu more joyful and alive. It's an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only compound their woes. So I say we help them put on their festival, give them a reason to cheer in these sad times. Who knows, maybe fixing one problem could lead us to a solution for the other. Stranger things have happened. Right? I fail to see the relation between festivals and fields. Let's not be too hasty in dismissing the idea. Things which seem unrelated can later prove to be connected in surprising ways. True, and being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal is worth entertaining. I suppose. Besides, this is Wuklamat's journey. It's only right that we follow her lead. That's true. We can bounce ideas, but it's her call in the end. Thanks, everyone. By the way, does anyone know where the festival float is? It's like a boat woven from reeds that looks like a bird. In that big building to the north? Let's go and see it. I like how, like, energetic and ecstatic her motions are. She's really got that bouncy personality animation. There's much less debate when I'm traveling alone. Oh, Aaronville, loosen up. Ooh, this music. Oh, it's so much cheerier than it was before. I love it. Music so far for the areas, absolute bangers. Yes, this is the float I remember. Does it not appear somewhat damaged to you? You should take a closer look. One of the eyes is missing. The bird's eyes seem down. Okay. Two other things. Carrying poles is broken. Feathers are all messed up. Well, I think we can all agree this bird boat is in dire need of repairs. How do we go about fixing it? What is going on here? We were admiring your festival float. 'Tis a shame it's in such a poor state, due to the recent storm, I gather? Yes, we had to leave it exposed while we ushered our people to safety. The float in this condition, there can be no lifting of wings. No... Iana? Iana... That's what the festival is called. I want to help you hold it. Have you not seen our village? Homes are ruined and we're struggling to make repairs, and you want us to hold a harvest festival? I know how it sounds, but giving into misery never improved anyone's situation. Celebration of life and growth may help give you the strength to work through this tragedy. Role of festival leader is mine this year, and there's nothing I would like more than to lift everyone's... We don't even have enough materials to repair the float. We need a Bakisa for the missing eye, Uyuipa wood for the poles, and feathers from the winds chosen to adorn the tail. Two of these I know. A Bakisa is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment. Uyuipa wood is essential for crafting ceremonial instruments. It's chosen feathers, however. The winds chosen is the victor of a competition in which the contestants see who can blow a feather the furthest using wind magic. That's something of a problem right now. We Hanu are gifted at employing such airy sorceries, but expend a great deal of mana when doing so. We are soon exhausted by the effort, and having no reeds to eat will only make it harder. I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds grow quickly and vigorously, so much so that they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of the energies you naturally lack. They are indeed. Owing to the poor harvest this year, we've been left enervated. If we can't gather the correct materials, as dictated by custom, we cannot repair the festival float. Oddly enough, we may have just stumbled upon our solution. Whence chosen would, by necessity, have a natural gift for manipulating magical energies, which means any feathers taken from the victor should be high in ethereal conductivity. Are we going back to the Cloud Sea? The float's construction also requires a stone used in arcane equipment, as well as timber favored for ceremonial tools. The demand for such specific materials must have an underlying reason. I'd wager the float is actually a secret weapon for smiting the Hanu's foes. Pray, continue, Elfin. Float might also function as an arcane device. Precisely what I was thinking. This boat of reeds is in fact an arcane focus of some kind. Focus? For what? Oh! The Hihana is a harvest festival, isn't it? That must mean the float was made to encourage healthy crops, so if we repair the boat and hold the festival, its arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds. We won't know until we try, but 'tis a sound theory. Celebration, prayer, ritual ceremonies, these have all been known to elicit miraculous effects. Wait. The float. A tool for magic? This is the first I'm hearing of it. In the beginning, it may well not have been. After a good harvest year, there would be no reason to change it. But when the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added, and those who performed the labor may have imbued their work with ardent hopes for a bright future. Through years of trial and error, the Hanu would have refined their festival float into a focus for harvest prayer. Incredible. I know you're practically fainting from hunger, but reviving Lihana really does sound like the solution to all your woes, and I promise we'll do everything in our power to help you. I'm still not convinced about this focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I will introduce you to the shipwright who's been maintaining the float these last few years. He's replaced both the eyes and the poles before, so he should know where and how to procure what we need. Then allow Alize and I to acquire the feathers. We will encourage the people of Okanu to gather and vie for the title of Winds Chosen by sharing with them our own reserves of mana. I'll go with you. I carry some alchemical brews that may afford the same effect. Okay, cool. So we give them the energy they need so they can do their contest, and then bam. Feathers. 3 of us will visit the shipwright then. I will admit this. I'm kind of glad that they're like mixing it up. Because I remember for a long time it was like you, Alphino, and then whoever was like the main character joining you for that expansion. And like basically Alphino was like with you in almost every party that you did. But I like that they're mixing it up now. So it's like different combinations here and there. Now without me, I've worked hard to fix the float as best I can, and the responsibility is mine after all. I've not introduced myself, have I? My name is Linu Hanu. Nice to meet you, Linu Hanu, and certainly, let's all go together. Thanks to Wook Lamont, we found ourselves a promising way forward. Experience and knowledge are valuable assets, but there's something to be said for following one's instinct. Shipwright's name is Wook Ivu. He's a Sabral who only moved to Kozamauka a few years ago, but has since mastered our customs to an almost frightening degree. He's especially strict when it comes to manners, so make sure to offer him a proper Hanu Hanu greeting. You wouldn't want to offend him right before asking a favor. Proper Hanu Hanu greeting? Oh, that one! Don't worry, I remember how it goes. We shouldn't have any problems. Let's head to Okbekby, east of here. Bong, bong, bong. Wow, none of the gear it's given me so far is better than what I have. That's kind of crazy. Those who drift into Kozamauka from Tuliolol and elsewhere are welcome to live here alongside the Hand of Jesus. All these names feel like tongue twisters. As for Wook Ivu, he lives and works in the House of Waters High at the top of that large tree nearby. Follow me, but I should warn you, the climb up the stairs can be challenging. Oh, damn, all the way up there, huh? Until the 95 dungeon gear. Yeah, probably. That's interesting, because when we entered Endwalker, the gear was so quick to replace what we had. Oh wait, no. It was only better than what I had because I didn't have Augmented Crypt Lurker. I had just regular Crypt Lurker for most of my gear. That's why. Because I remember I never completed the grind to augment my Crypt Lurker gear with the near raids.
What do you want with me?
Right. The greeting. Ohak Kali,
Good. You brought your manners with you. When you know Kanu, do as the Hanu do. For a country as diverse as ours, the preservation of harmony demands that we respect the cultures of all peoples who call it home.
Well, that explains your familiarity with Hanu customs. And you speak truth, of course. To live together means to learn about each other.
Ah, I appreciate an open mind. In fact, I get the sense we've met before. You're Wook Lamont. Oh, what an unexpected honor for old Wook Evo. Here I am prattling on about manners, and I've gone and insulted the third promise herself. There is no excuse for this betrayal of etiquette. Please, take up your axe and flay my impudent head!
I will not. Keep your head. I hate formalities anyway, so forget about it, alright?
Alright then, consider it forgotten.
Damn, that was quick.
How prompt.
Without a doubt, my most favorite thing is seeing more Manderville-like levels of animation and comedic writing appearing in the main story.
And a certain kind of stone? Abokisha?
That I do. But while I would like nothing more than to offer my services, I just used the last I had of both those materials. My lumber in particular went to fixing homes damaged by the recent storm. I'll need 10 days or so to restock.
10 days?
We can't wait that long. If you tell me where to go, I'll gather them myself.
What? Send the third promise out on an errand like some common lackey? That's utterly unconscionable. A gross violation of social protocol.
I told you not to worry about such things.
All right then. I shan't worry a whit. What's with
I love this dude.
I am festival leader this season, and have come along to oversee the float's repair. As strange as it may sound, Wuklamat and her friends believe the float is an arcane focus, meant to encourage the growth of our struggling reeds.
Too many Hanu have forgotten, it seems. But that is indeed the true purpose of the lifting of wings. Your education is impressive, Third Promise.
Well, maybe a little.
Allow me to show you where to procure Uyuipo. We can leave the Abokisha to your friends, I presume? Take yourself to Cave Kikitola or thereabouts, and you should find the stones you need.
I've been there once or twice. I can guide you.
That would be appreciated.
That should save us some time.
All right then, let's get moving.
Chosen one of your rivals is making progress.
you say? Should our first choice fail to deliver, it might be wise to let this play out. The third-rate promise is making herself useful after all.
I hate this guy. I hate these two already. At least with other jerks and bad guys and in the other expansions, there was a level of like mystery behind their goals or stuff like that, or they were being like clever about stuff. This dude's just an asshole, and I hate him. Well, I say that now, but my opinion could change on him later. He's probably not... He's not even gonna be the real... Like... He's not even the main villain. It's the little Jaja, or whatever his name was. The... One of Wuklamat's brother. He's probably gonna be, like, the true villain of this whole thing. Far in the dark, the lightning, that's it. The flame. The empty field I hold you. Oh, an ether current. Cool. Oh yeah, Mike, I don't know if you're still watching, but you see what I mean? So, the last move I used put myself into Twin Blade stance, so now my character will constantly hold my weapon like this until further notice. So, like, I can sheath it, unsheath it, and it stays that way. Only through, like, loading into another area or changing my stance will I go back to separate, dual wielding. Though there's a chance Mike's not watching because of story or something. But thought I'd at least take the moment to show it off. I missed it. What? Oh, okay. Here, I'll show you right... Oh, fuck. I was just showing how my character changes their default weapon stance. depending in what form I'm in. I think the benchmark showed it off. It might have. I don't remember. Because with the benchmark, I mainly just remember watching, like, all the new skills that were being used, so I never really noticed if he was running with a twin blade at any point. Yeah, see here. So yeah, you can run with your weapons in twin blade form. Though there is no, like, default stance for it. Only when you have it in dual wield stance will your character, like, do a pose for for idle. Actually, I'm curious. Idle. Oh. Maybe... Okay, yeah, no, it's just not affected. You did a cool twirl into your idol. Yeah, there is a lot of really cool animations for Viper. I think that's the reason why I've been, like, loving it so much, is the animations feel cool, the skills feel cool, it feels nice and smooth to play. Like, nothing for me to really hate about this class. The only thing that'll be sad is if it turns out that it's not the best, if it's not a good, viable DPS to use. That'll be the only thing that'll make me sad. Yeah, I guess so. I look forward to seeing them at their max potential. I'm high enough that I have access to my burst reawaken, but I realize I have to rearrange my hotbar now because the places for each of the combo skills are spread out very awkwardly with how I have it set up currently, so I need to figure out a new way to lay it out so that my burst window's not going to be difficult to do. Because I do awaken, and then it's like first legacy here, second legacy is like around here, third somewhere around here, and like it's a weird spread. I gotta look to see which skills turn into what when I reawaken. Or actually, I can look at that right now. Let's see here. Reawaken. Oh, just simply reawake. Just simply using this deals damage. Huh. Steel Fangs and Steel Maw changed to first generation. Okay, so these two become first generation. My 1 and my 4. Second generation. Dreadfang and Dreadmaw become second. And then Hunter's Coil and Hunter's Den. Hunter's Coil, Hunter's Den. And then Swiftskin's Coil and Swiftskin's Den. So basically all of my positionals turn into 4th generation and stuff. And you can use them in any order, but they have higher potency if you use them in proper order. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to configure my hotbar. We're in for a treat. If all goes to plan, the results should be spectacular. Now to get to work crafting these pieces for the float. I could use an assistant versed in the arcane arts to enhance the activity. I'd be delighted to help. Everyone else should head back to Okanu. We'll join you at the float once the work here is complete. I have to figure out a way to create glamours for each of my classes that share weapon. Because sometimes I'll switch to a class and I'm stuck with the same glamour because it's tied to the same gear. Is it possible to have multiple of the same gear and then you just glamour each one separately and then just register it for when you quick change? Yeah, it's just, you can do that at the end and assign each gear set with a glamour plate. Yeah, the thing is that, like, if it's a gear set that's being used by multiple classes, do I need to have another set of the same gear so that class is just as viable, but has a different outfit? Because I would have two different glamours for my paladin and my dark knight if I could separate the two while still having the same gear item level. That's unfortunate. Because I would genuinely like it to be able to switch glamours without needing to reapply a glamour plate every single time. Festival is a prayer for healthy crops, but does she honestly believe that will be enough to save our harvest? The second promise, meanwhile, barely glanced at the fields before leaving Okanu altogether. Maybe we asked too much of our young claim. I wouldn't be too quick to count Kona out. A friend of mine overheard him muttering by the reeds something about what needs to be done. Is that so? Perhaps we'll get to see another of his innovations first. That sounds like our Kona. One look at the reeds was all he needed to think up a solution. Be that as it may, our own solution is nearly ready. It's done automatically. I have separate glam for each job, so just need to link the plate to the gear set, and it'll apply the glamour in any sanctuary. Yeah, there we go. Luke Lamont being guest of honor. This boat won't make me seasick, will it? I don't think so. And weigh anchor. I can hardly refuse a request, even from request from one even more enthusiastic about the festival than me. I would be delighted to ride your float. Thank you, Whoop. I have roles for the rest of you as well. We'll be carrying the festival float in a slow procession towards Kozanu Aki, where the sacred likeness of Jesus Christ, the names. What I'd like you to do is clear the path of dangerous wildlife so that the procession can move along unimpeded. Consider it done. You expect me to sit still until Wook-Ivu has finished with the float? Let me come along and help with the clear. As you know, I'm not much for fighting. I'll stay behind and assist Wook-Ivu with the clear. If you aren't sure where you need to go, the path I spoke of begins at the south of the village and branches off to the east. I will lead you across the bridges to the stride of the sun. Then we shall seek to clearing it end to end. So, then here's my question then about the glamour thing, right? Because now I'm in a place where I can look at them. Like, let's say, for example, I wanted to glamour this onto what I have for my Viper, right? So then, if I save it as a gear set list... You know what? No, I still don't get it. Like, would saving it as part of the gear set? I don't know. Because, like, if I could have it so that Ninja and Viper have their own separate looks, that'd be cool. Oh, I did not know about that at all. Jesus, I've been going this whole time unaware I could do that. You're gonna turn off mount music. I want to enjoy the new music. Yeah, you want to fight me to the trailer music? Let's go. Dude, the potency on this is so powerful. Whoops. All right, now we wait. Oh, you were a step ahead of us. Be the likeness of whatever that name is pronounced. The Hano Hano deity of the harvest. The sacred images are woven.
Not sure we heard you right, old man. Why don't you say that again?
As many times as you'd like. The third promise tasked me with repairing this float, and I'll not relinquish it to an uncultured brute like you. Much less one that can't even manage a simple greeting.
We wanted to handle this in a civilized way, but we're more than willing to kill you.
We have a two-headed problem. Yes, please hurry. She's on her way back already?
Stand back, Wukevu! I will protect the float!
Are you trying to be brave, little bird?
I could never have repaired the float alone. Not properly. But thanks to Wuklamat and her friends, we can hold Ihihana again!
Ihihana, I see.
This is a priceless treasure! And as festival leader, I would die to protect it!
Very well, if that's what you want.
Don't you dare.
Into that blow.
Good. The better for you to understand the gulf between us. But you need more lessons. We'll carve them into your mangy hide until you cry and beg forgiveness.
Not with us here.
Your brilliant plan was to steal the float and take the credit. The so-called blessed siblings are nothing but cheats.
Your scorn is sweet music. Come, weaklings. We'll crush you each in turn. Or all together, if you like.
Calm yourself, Chosen One. If you fight in earnest, this will end in a massacre. What's more, we have word that our other prospect is on the verge of success.
Then it would be foolish to expend effort, sweating nuts.
Ooh, taking these two out is going to be so therapeutic.
Lucky for you.
Two heads. I see Mamuk still clings to that loathsome hope.
Talk to us, third promise. You're not dying, are you?
It'll take more than that to kill me. So, are we having this festival or not?
Yes! Yes, we are!
Okay, I can understand why Mike is a little finds the smile a little scary. The initial, like, contorting into that smile, it definitely comes off as creepy, but Also, after a little while, you're just kind of like, oh, how adorable. Oh, am I doing an emote now? Saw someone trying it and it wasn't working, and I'm like, you gotta capitalize the O. Hey, there you go. Well, Woklamat was definitely correct, though, in the assumption that, like, the festival would raise their spirits. Because, of course, they were brought down by the damage from the storm, but also the fact that the festival couldn't go through because of the damage. But with it fixed, they're more than excited.
So few have come.
Patience. Once Ihihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
Just so. Ukewu knows well the heart of the Hanu. Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the lifting of wings.
Right. Off we go.
Ihihana is a prayer for bountiful harvest. But this is not its only meaning. It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and bearers, a commitment to a long and fruitful friendship.
Listen well, friends! The personage we bear today is Wuklamat, the savior of our beloved festival! Let your shoulders burn, or your feathers fall out, but do not even think of dropping her! Ready and...
I could get used to this.
Look at their walk. I love it.
Will empty bellies stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the float!
Yeah, there we go.
Well, well, well. To see the day that Dawn's promise would ride our boat again. We've not had the honor since you were here, Gulul Jaja.
Right, we've enough bearers now. Onwards to Kozaduaki!
That's awesome. I'm glad it worked out.
Watch well, for you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihihana. The float draws upon our life force, concentrating and amplifying the energy. Keshaihi then receives that energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital currents.
Awesome. Look at that, and it purifies. Whoa! Holy shit. No wonder it grows so quickly.
It worked.
Like a literal charm.
The float really was helping the reeds.
That was amazing! To think that such a thing was even possible!
Oh, and this music. I love it. Brother have been swept up by festival fever. Last I saw, they were taking turns at the carrying poles on the way back to the village. Please feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sight of what you've accomplished.
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
I imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
Where does that leave us with the feet, then?
You've got nothing to fear on that account. Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task. That you recognize the nature of the float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihihana proves your dedication. What's more, I don't think I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper. We have been lax in maintaining the float, diluting its magic and reducing Ihihana to hollow theater.
Kona!
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I arrived at a good time.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
What? You just pour in some mystery liquid and problem solved?
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity. It utilized the flowing water as an ethereal current, thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
A method I could not have devised without the education I received at the studium and the cooperation of my Archon allies.
Archon allies?
You see, Lamachi, this is why we need to embrace foreign knowledge and technology. Employed appropriately, they make light work of what would otherwise be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy floats.
Well,
He doesn't get it.
you always were the clever one, brother.
Your approach was no less effective, Wooklamat. It achieved the same result.
Indeed it did. And you enjoyed the festival, yes?
I did. It was so much fun. Having visited your village before, I thought I knew everything about it. As it turns out, I knew very little. About the reeds, about Ihihana. With all I've learned this time, I feel as though I've really come to know the Hanu. And I like you even more now than I did before.
The feeling is mutual. And it's not just you who had a lot to learn either. I'll never look at our float the same way again.
The two of you have exceeded expectations. Come forth and claim your stones.
So this is what they look like.
Go on, set it in the tablet.
A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more.
And on to the next.
Not even a moment of celebration. That's Kona for you.
The third promise? You must join us for Ikikana next season. As Dawn Servant, of course.
Right. It's back to Tulihiola for now. Thank you for having us. I look forward to seeing you all again.
Yeah, it's Wuklamat
These are
for sure.
times indeed.
Is, I mean, obviously she's going to become Dawn Servant, but already we've seen enough of her best qualities as to why she's the best suited.
The concoction was brewed by Kona himself. It's a test vial, but it should contain the same reagents.
Good work. We'll use whatever we must to win. For win we must.
Luke Ivu, for one, he's a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectful of other cultures as he is. And Linu Hanu, it warmed my heart to see him honor his departed friend through Ihihana and to help others with this. Can't help but feel excited thinking who else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head back to Zvaliev Tai. You know what? I think I'm fine not really trying to get ether currents for now. I like going back to the maps and exploring for the ether currents afterwards, because it gives me an excuse to like go out and explore the map before I unlock flying and stuff like that. Bum 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 bum. Let me pick up this blue quest while I'm here. Oh, they're further up. Oh, the sightseeing log. I had a feeling that was the case. What does this gemstone trader have? As you return after I finish preparing my wares. Oh. All right. Approachable Pelu, tell us what's up. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me. The alpacas? Our most dependable companion, the alpaca. Wait, Mike, I just realized, you should try to see if the type of gloves that Kryl is wearing, if you can get your hands on that specific equipment. Because Kryl is wearing literally the artist glove that you were talking about yesterday. But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. I see. Yeah, hopefully it's not Cryo specific. There's gotta be, like, a set of gloves like that. Maybe through class quests. That'd be nice if you could get it through just simply doing job quests. Something. But I don't know what the gear sets ultimately will look like. Here's hoping they're not too bad. Yes, Luke Lamont, we're riding alpacas. Me to pay you? Guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on. Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, as you take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Here you go, a prize for your fair advice. Yes, I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. Better not get spit on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. Still not happy about this, but if we need to ride alpacas to reach Urkopacha, then that's what we'll do.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urkopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
So this is Urkopacha. I've never actually been here before.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som-Al.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wuk-Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places. But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watrunpelo.
Truly, I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urkopacha specialty, a spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu merchants.
Yes, They do more than run the markets in Tuliola. Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
There.
Watchun Pelo's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
It's right there!
That's not good. How fortunate then that I deal in cloaks will especially look for yourself. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. And a nation's ruler should dress her best for her adoring people, yes? Finery for our finest lady. That's right. Come, third promise. My well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady? I like the sound of that. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. We just talk about... Aaronville, when did you... Ah, Shitona from far off Sokteral. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survive them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No thank you, I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the third promise. Perhaps another time. Of course. My shop door is always open. You're saying something about not being easily charmed? I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Lucamat fall prey to this affable time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. Won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest. Valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Aaronville's words of caution to heart. So are we going to find a Stinian here and he's going to have bought every single thing they have here? Because we all know a Stinian would. First order of business, a tuning. Alright, is that someone literally dressed to be a succubus? Huh. I didn't even know that was possible to dress up like that. It's always amazing what you learn for, like, outfits in this game. Being with freshly returned from my training route, I've heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobli, could probably tell you more. Electors? Oh yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. Looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zeralja. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers. The thousands, potentially. So many new trading route opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Care to purchase something? No, I would not. Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector? I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zeralja or his policies. I mean, if he's gonna do it by conquest, then not gonna thrive that well. Oh, they're in Mablu. Did you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our prize alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you. That stuff stinks. It happened to a visiting buyer not so long ago. Tobli, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobli noticing. He knows everything that happens on the ranch. Sounds like we need to go speak with this Tobli. Also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay a visit when the others return. Well, obviously I'm not Tobli. I mean, oops. Shouldn't have said that. Meant to find out for yourself who Tobli is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Look. A visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. Suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. Think I might be Tobli? Well, maybe I am. All I will say is that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. Am I Tobli? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise and her entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence the rite of succession then? Those are cool twin blades. I see we're both done with our interrogation, so who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. I don't know. That is weird, more alpacas than I. Dude who was nonchalant said yes, he is Tobly. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's not gonna matter either way what I pick, but I'm trying to think like who of those three I would genuinely pick. Um, Maybe the diligent one? Hey, I got it. Head ledger of Watching Pello and head rancher of the family ranch. Also one of Galul Jaja's chosen electors. Aha, and a place featured in the Tiliolal saga, just as we thought. I was right to trust in your instincts, and I wager this won't be the last time. Found you out fair and square, Tobly. And I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here.
Deducing the Dunservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all. Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobly, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobly. That's part of the test.
You're Tobly.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
All.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
It's so fluffy.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said. Ah! The little monster spat on me! Ah, oh, that stinks. I can't.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching.
Oh, okay.
The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the ride, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
You can do this, Wilcott.
Are you all right, Orclamat? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
Okay, so we can help Wuklamat, like, but we just can't help her in the actual capturing of the Elector. That'd be a big elephant. Has me. Okay. Okay, gonna go for a bathroom break. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. E-Dog. Bear. Oh. Hello, Bear. How you doing? Doing all right. Slow errands day. Finally sitting down for dinner and not as busy. That's good. Glad you finally get to sit down and let the day slow for a little bit. How's the Dawntrail? Good, now that I'm like finally playing the story and not just level grinding the entire time. I still can't believe I streamed for as long as I did. Yeah. I usually, if I'm streaming about that much or higher, it's because I'm doing like a 24-hour thing. So the fact that I streamed that long is really out of the ordinary. I was just that distracted. Final Fantasy sucking you in. I genuinely think it's just because the new class Viper is a lot of fun to play. That it's just like my brain just stops thinking about all sorts of things because now I'm just thinking about I'm watching the animations of how smooth it is and I'm just having so much fun doing it. Oh, real? That's great, though. Yeah. Okay. That was interesting assets that just appeared. Wonder. I guess that might be related to the Beast Tribe stuff, as it's going to be about pal trading. Fabulous sense of style. Yeah. And I've also enjoyed messing around with Pictomancer a lot, too. Well, I'll be lurking around while I devour this food. Have fun, B-Dog. Alright, yeah, sounds good. I'll probably start reading the dialogue again soon. Taking care of something. Can't believe I'm still in level 90 quests. Goddamn. In the alpaca ranch. What are they talking about the map? I'm Meeply, the owner of these fields. I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Oh well, the third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have on offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan. Razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. Quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. Sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column. Same price as the hatchet. This deal would bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I may, Mistress Meeplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. You've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way, a generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives. I believe, including farming, I believe, including farming. I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Wuklama. That is why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Kona's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the field. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the... Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Mablu. B-Dog and I have, mate together. To get to. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Come, Torgal. Oh, there's the... I was looking. Here you go. Bunch of leaves. An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. Here, we've brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I'm prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate. Bought at the shop, 1 sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. And we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. Ablu, what's wrong? As I was saying before, even after everything Toby's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all. Merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Toby to accept my decision then? Have you mentioned your plans to leave? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intent. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tural's peace, and becoming Dawnservant happens to be the best way to do it. You could live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Toby held the same opinion. So talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next then? We try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double the value, eh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Kona and Zoralja? I mean, of course I am. I am Luke Lamont of the Dawn's Promise, after all. 1,000 pel to 5,000. You want to fight? Come on, let's fight. Okay. Wow. I love it when people do that. Absolutely adore it. Whoa! I get all that off of just one cooldown? Jesus! That's longer than Gunbreaker's continuation combo. That's insane. Hmm. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal. Assuming you have any on hand, that is. An excellent choice. I must warn you, though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal? Just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat away a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? Monsters in the agave fields. No. Distaste for a strong drink? I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, Ubi, go cheap. Chef, the same. Being as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Oh, you're right. Absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hobigo, but did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Ugh. Uttered so much. Would we offer to cull the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. As I expect you're aware, the rite of secession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes. I must admit, I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Volek Shunsa. It would be such a shame to miss this chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing. An introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnock, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliyola. As a supporter of Wuklamat and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in Agave Jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly? I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment, and B-Dog and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Belknock. Fields you're looking for are just north of Watchung Pello. Be safe. Okay. Well, before I do that, got delivery coming. Be right back. Time for my daily meal of fast food. Boy. Be right back while I eat. Actually, never mind. I can keep playing.
Good luck there, Promise!
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wuklamart is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shaitana from Shaktural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlian. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking, and I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
I did it.
She's gonna pass out. The amount of times she probably got spat in the face.